Everyone. All right. It is now 1 o'clock, and I'm going to call the meeting to order. With our agenda posting, we invited members of the public to view a broadcast of the Board of Directors meeting, which is live at www.youtube.com/State Bar of Texas. We also provided instructions on how to sign up to speak at today's meeting. Sign-ups were available until 5 p.m. Central Time yesterday. Members of the public will speak under agenda item number 5, and those members of the public joining remotely will remain in the Zoom waiting room until it is their turn to speak. Please note that this meeting is being recorded, and the recording will be available to the public. The State Bar's Executive Director, Trey Upfel, will now call roll.
Director Addy, Director Benish, Director Browning, Director Cavazos, Director Charbonnet, Director Chiscano, Director Cordova, Director Crow, Justice Davis, Director Denbo, Director Foster, Director Fox, Director Gomez, Director Greenslade has an excused absence. Director Grodidier, Director Harris, Director Harrison, Director Hicks, Director Huddleston, Director Castle, Director Kegg, Director King, Director Kugler, Senior Justice Learman, Director Lindsay, Director Linehan, Director Locke has an excused absence. Director Martinez, Director Masre, Director Matea, Judge McClure, Director Mateer, Director Murray, Director Tony Wynn, Director Nicholson, Director Perez, Director Popoff has an excused absence. Director Quadros, Director Rod, Director Salick, Judge Schrader, Director Silverman, Director Smith, Director Sosa, Director Spaniel, Director Stafford, Director Stahl, Director Patty Vargas, Director Santos Vargas, Director Venzor, Judge Villarreal, Director Voss, Director Weinstein, Director Work, Director Rampelmeyer, Director Michael Wynn, and Justice Young has an excused absence. Madam Chair, we have a quorum.
Thank you. Up next, we will call Director Deborah Cordova to deliver the invocation.
Thank you, and good afternoon. As we gather for this State Bar of Texas Board of Directors meeting, we pause to acknowledge the responsibility entrusted to us. May our discussions today be grounded in integrity, guided by fairness, and focus on strengthening the practice of law and the legal communities we serve. Grant us clarity of thought, respect for differing perspectives, and the wisdom to make decisions that uphold justice, professionalism, and the highest ethical standards. Let our work reflect our shared commitment to service, accountability, and the advancement of our legal profession. With purpose and unity, we begin this meeting. Thank you.
Up next, we will have Director Lowell Kegg to lead the board in the pledge of the U.S. and the Texas flags.
Please join me in the pledges. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state under God, one and indivisible.
All right, we're going to move on to agenda item number 5, and I believe there have been no members of the public that have signed up to speak, and there's no one on the Zoom waiting room. All right, so the public comment period is now closed. And during the remainder of the meeting, if there are any board members or staff members who wish to speak, please approach the mic in the middle of the room here, and I will let you know when it's your turn to speak. Moving on to agenda item number 6, the report from me. If any director wishes to remove any item from the consent agenda to be placed on the regular agenda, please speak now. And there's a copy in your materials. All right, hearing no request for modification of the consent agenda, we need a motion to approve the consent agenda. Is there a motion? Please stand because I can't see who that was. Okay. All right, it's been moved by Director Nicholson. Is there a second? There's been a second by Director Castle. Is there any discussion? All right, all directors who are in favor, please say aye. All opposed, say nay. Any abstentions? All right, motion passes. And up next, we'll move to my general report. Now, as many of you know, there's a lot of new faces in here, but most of y'all know that I always like to keep things brief, so I'm going to remain with that. But I do want to take the time to say thank you all for allowing me to be your chair this year. It's truly been an honor to lead, and I really, truly appreciate how everyone has stayed true to keeping things professional, allowing everyone to have an opportunity to speak. That was one of the things that was very important to me, and I hope that this year that y'all felt you had the opportunity to speak and that your voice was heard. And I also promised efficiency, and I really, truly hope I over-delivered on that. But thank you all for everything this year, and it's been pretty bittersweet to do this. All right, trying not to be too emotional. All right, up next we're going to move on to the presentation of the third year director award. It is my pleasure to present this outstanding third year director award. We appreciate all of the fine work that each of you has done, all of these third year directors. We were an amazing class. I still consider I'm part of that class. We appreciate all of your service. But today we want to recognize one person in particular. This director joined the board with the goals of better engaging our members and making decisions to enhance their experience as attorneys in Texas, asking tough questions when needed. And this director has excelled in all of those goals. During the past 3 years, this director has ably served the board as a member of the Executive Committee, the Budget Committee, Litigations and Contracts Subcommittee, Client Security Fund Subcommittee, and the Professional Development Subcommittee. And as part of my assessment, I didn't want to be the only one making this decision. I sought feedback from our leadership, and the response was remarkably consistent. One director has unanimously identified as a top performer. Leadership praised this director's strength, willingness to assist others, and exemplary representation of the bar here in meetings as well as outside. And finally, over the years, this at-large director has provided steady leadership as a member, and this year as chair of the ad hoc committee to select at-large directors. It is our honor to honor Noelle Hicks for your substantial contributions to the State Bar of Texas, and we thank you for your service. All right, so we will move on to agenda item number 7, and we will call Executive Director Apfel up for his report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the State Bar's fiscal year ended on May 31st, so I want to start with a brief report on some of the bar's achievements over the past bar year. First, with regard to financials, the State Bar's combined reserves, that's our minimum reserves and reserves for operation, have increased by $9 million or 81% over the past 5 years, strengthening the State Bar's financial position significantly. The State Bar's general fund investments, or our principal, if you will, have increased by 74%, or by $13 million since 2020-2021, to a total of $34.5 million, leading to increases in our investment position and our investment earnings. The combined capital projects funds, Tech Fund and Building Fund, have increased by $6 million over the past 5 years, providing funds for future investments and financial security of the bar. Why do we reserve so much in the way of these funds? Because we are self-funded and we cannot borrow. So in the event of all heck breaking loose, we need to be prepared. And I can assure you that we are well prepared and well positioned right now. This past year, we implemented a zero-based budget approach. First time we've ever done that. This approach allowed us to review our budget on a more granular basis. We identified some areas where we could save. We identified some areas where we needed to devote more resources. It was an extraordinary effort by our staff, by our managers, and by our finance division. And I am grateful to them and I congratulate them. Thank you very much. Our 1415 Lavaca project continues to go forward. We are working on design refinements. We are working on our fundraising efforts, and those are going well. We'll talk about a contribution that we have to that fundraising effort in a bit. On the operations front, if you'll remember our by the numbers report that we put out at the end of every year, that is a report where we have an impressive array of statistics showing we are meeting our obligations when it comes to our strategic plan and our performance measures. On a national presence, we continue our influence and our leadership with regard to the National Association of Bar Executives, the National Conference of Bar Presidents, and the American Bar Association. Next, I want to talk to you about our section and committee reports and our AI survey reports. This is just a sampling of our activities. As you can see in the materials that we provided to you, it reflects the reports from our 29 committees and 48 sections, and that reflects great work on their part. It is meaningful work. It has a meaningful impact to our practice and for a large segment of our profession. For more information on the accomplishments, I encourage you to read those reports, and these reports will be published in the July-August issue of the Texas Bar Journal. Also in your materials, you have a copy of the 2026 AI in the Practice of Law Survey Report. This was a survey, a project of our Emerging Technology Committee and the State Bar's Research and Analysis Department. The report includes a lot of interesting information on how Texas lawyers are using or are not using AI in their practices. I want to thank you to the volunteers who make up our sections and committees for the countless hours of work represented in these reports and for their dedication to the legal profession. Next up, the annual meeting's on us. We're excited to host the 2026 State Bar Annual Meeting in Houston here this week. For any of our members watching who haven't registered, you can still come to Houston and register on site for the activities on Thursday and Friday. We are approaching about 1,000 registrants for the annual meeting. You can go to texasbar.com/annual meeting for details. Next, I want to update you on our Texas Opportunity and Justice Incubator, or TOJI. TOJI has launched its 10th cohort, our largest ever, with 34 members following a record number of applications. It's catching on. The program has now helped launch more than 145 law firms, serving clients in 135 counties across Texas. This year, TOJI completed a full curriculum overhaul, implemented a new learning management system requested by participants, and became the first legal incubator in the country to adopt an AI-first curriculum. The program has always focused on helping attorneys leverage technology to provide affordable legal services to modest means clients. With the new curriculum, TOJI builds on that concept to emphasize ethical, responsible use of AI to help lawyers build efficient, tech-forward practices that expand access to affordable legal services. TOJI has generated a strong return on investment. The program has created a $6 in value for every $1 invested. It has also saved Texans more than $6 million in pro bono and low-cost legal services. What's more, TOJI alumni are paying it forward. They are increasingly shaping State Bar leadership. They are serving on the Law Practice Management and Emerging Technology committees, and they frequently present for Texas Bar CLE. Congratulations to all involved in this successful program, including Sharon Sandel and Joshua Weaver from our State Bar staff. Thank you all very much. All right. Mr. Luis Cavazos, could you stand up for a minute? So this is Luis's last board meeting. He's been one of our finest serving public members. He came on the board in 2021. He has served on our performance measures committee, our strategic planning committee. He's been very involved with our performance measures and helping us establish objectively verifiable measures where we can help us judge ourselves and make sure that we are meeting our mission and meeting the purpose clause of the State Bar Act. This is a public member. He has served on our budget committee, and he served on our audit and finance committee and many other committees. And he's one of those that's always on the meeting early. And he's there. We can count on him. We have counted on him. He has now decided that he wants to try and help in other areas of our community, our statewide community. He's going to be leaving the State Bar Board after this meeting. And I wanted a chance to say thank you and congratulations on your perspective, your leadership, and all of the contributions that you have made to this body. You've made a difference. And as long as you make a difference, that's what counts. Luis, congratulations and thank you very much. Now I've got a report on one of our own who's leaving, and that's Tammy Knoll. Tammy's retiring from the State Bar at the end of this meeting, the end of the annual meeting. Tomorrow's board meeting will be her last as a staff member. So Tammy, as you make your way up toward the front of the room, I want to talk about you for a minute. For more than 20 years, Tammy Knoll has been one of the steady hands behind so much of what members see. Her work has touched nearly every corner of the bar. She managed print production for countless state bar publications and projects, coordinated closely with vendors and staff across departments. She oversaw complex mailing and postal requirements. She has gone to postal continuing education programs. She has taught at these programs. She's also helped ensure that the Texas Bar Journal has reached its members month after month with the quality and reliability that our members expect and deserve. Tammy's played a major role in annual meeting logistics, signage, and production coordination. And she's managed the annual 50-year lawyer recognition, something that is very near and dear to her heart. She loves that recognition, and they love her. In recent years, Tammy became a trusted and valued member of our executive staff and our executive office team, working closely with me, Chief of Staff Jennifer Reams, and the Board of Directors on meetings, events, logistics, and countless behind-the-scenes responsibilities that helped keep the bar running smoothly. Her professionalism and her reliability have earned the respect of leaders across the state bar. Beyond the work itself, Tammy always made the office brighter. She brought energy, humor, kindness, and an unmistakable personality to the state bar. Whether it was her love for the Chicago Cubs or NASCAR, her signature appreciation for the color pink, or simply her positive presence in the office, Tammy left an impression on the people around her. It was the way she talked to people. It was the way she worked with people. It was the way she mentored her coworkers. Tammy, you made us all better. On behalf of the State Bar of Texas, thank you, Tammy, for your dedication, your friendship, and your years of outstanding service. And we wish you well in retirement, but we're not happy about you leaving. So please accept this award. And I just want to say, Tammy exemplifies the dedication and commitment to excellence that the State Bar stands for. And you are a positive reflection on everyone in this room and everyone at the State Bar and the lawyers across Texas. We thank you and we love you. Okay, now it's my pleasure to announce this quarter's Staff Excellence Award recipients. And they are Erica Locust, David Hensley, and Cameron Harris from the Chief Disciplinary Counsel's Office, and Craig Chapman of the IT Division. Erica, David, and Cameron aren't here, but Craig is in the back of the room. Craig, could you make your way up to the front of the room while we do this? Okay, so I want to tell you about these incredible people. Erica, the Senior Information Analyst, has been with CDC since 2009, while David and Cameron joined the Information Analyst team in 2023. Craig joined the State Bar staff in 2005 and was promoted to IT Division Director in 2020. Many of you may not know Craig, Erica, David, and Cameron, and that's because they spend most of their time working behind the scenes. But their work is critical to the State Bar's ability to serve the public, support our disciplinary system, and carry out our mission every day. Together, Erica, David, and Cameron help maintain and support the CDC's case management system and the vast amount of data and records that make up our grievance process function. They work closely with the State Bar's IT division and other CDC staff to ensure that the information is managed, maintained, and available to the many people and entities who depend on it. Their work supports not only the CDC, but also the Commission for Lawyer Discipline, volunteer grievance committee members, the Client Security Fund, and the Ombudsman, all of which our new directors heard about and learned about this morning, and many others who rely on accurate information from the attorney discipline system. In 2023, the CDC undertook one of its biggest, largest technology projects in years. That's the transition to a new case management system known as J-Works. This was no small task. More than 40 years of grievance records and data had to be converted while ensuring the disciplinary system continued operating without interruption and statutory deadlines were met. Much of that work took place during nights and weekends so that CDC operations could continue uninterrupted during normal business hours. Working with Craig and his IT team, Erica, David, and Cameron were instrumental throughout that process, from planning and testing to implementation and training. They coordinated and conducted extensive training for CDC staff across the state to ensure a successful transition. When major enhancements were rolled out in 2025, they all traveled to the regional offices, spending weeks away from home to provide hands-on training and support for their colleagues. And as anyone who has worked on a major technology project knows, the work doesn't end once a system goes live. Over the last 3 years, these CDC and IT staff members have continued to support updates, improvements, testing, troubleshooting, and training, often during evenings, weekends, and holidays. One of the most significant challenges involved improving the online grievance filing system. After several attempts to fix or update the system, Craig Chapman took it upon himself to create a whole new one. After receiving feedback and guidance from CDC Information Analyst team and other stakeholders, a new online grievance filing system went live this spring. This accomplishment was made possible through the hard work of Craig, his entire IT team, working closely with Erica, David, Cameron, and other CDC staff to create a better experience for the public and everyone who relies on the grievance system. What impresses me the most is that they accomplished all of this while continuing to support CDC operations, assist staff across the state, train new employees, and respond to the day-to-day needs of our organization. Their professionalism, expertise, teamwork, and commitment to service exemplify the very best of the State Bar of Texas. Please join me in congratulating Craig Chapman, Erica Locust, David Hensley, and Cameron Harris, thanking them for their service. All right, moving on to 1415 Lavaca. Regarding our planned education and conference center, we continue to make progress on what's known in the fundraising world as the quiet phase or confidence building phase of the capital campaign. As we reported at the last meeting, during this phase, we plan to raise at least 70 to 75% of the $20 million campaign goal. As we receive donations, we are asking the board to vote to accept them. The State Bar Board of Directors is required to vote in an open meeting to accept these gifts pursuant to Government Code Chapter 575. Today, there is one donation on the agenda for acceptance. In the future, as this becomes more routine, we may move these items to the consent agenda. If you haven't already, please send us your leads or let us know how you can help us reach our fundraising goal. We are currently focusing on larger gifts, $100,000 and up, but we're always willing to listen. As a reminder, we have pledged that construction costs will be fully funded by donations and not member dues. And with that, Madam Chair, I am ready to ask for a motion.
All right, is there any director who wishes to make a motion? Please. All right, it's been moved by Director Perez. Is there a second? It was seconded by Director Luis Cavazos. Is there any discussion? All right, all in favor, please say aye. All opposed, say nay. Any abstentions? All right, motion passes.
And that completes my report. Thank you, Madam Chair.
And I believe there was one question we had for Director Nguyen, if you can approach.
Trey, you started your report talking about TOJI. Just want to respectfully note that founder Frank Stevenson turned 71 today and wanted to point him out as the founder.
Happy birthday, Frank.
All right, we're going to take agenda item 19A out of order, and I would like to call up Justice Deborah Learman to give us a Supreme Court update.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair, President Vargas, members of the bar, and esteemed leaders of the State Bar of Texas. I want to, first of all, as always, on behalf of the court, thank each and every one of you for all of the hard work that you provide to the bar as we all work together to provide services for the members of the bar and for the public. So thank you all very, very much. And I also want to thank the staff, as always. We have, as I always say, and it's very, very true, the best staff in the world. And Trey, Jen, I could go on and on with everybody. Thank you all very, very much for everything you do. So let me start out. First of all, I want to recognize my vice liaison to the bar. Justice Evan Young could not be with us today, but he will be with us this evening at the dinner. I think he's making preparations for his keynote address tomorrow. I think he may even be a little nervous about it. And if you all know Justice Evan Young, that's saying something. So just a few things. Kyle Hawkins was appointed by the governor, our newest justice, on October 24th of this past year, and we celebrated his investiture on May 7th, along with Justice James Sullivan. A few things that I think you all would be interested in, especially those of you who do appellate work, but also those of you who do trial work, because of course that also affects your practice somewhat. We have changed our petition process pretty dramatically. In the past, we had a petition process whereby a petition was filed. If we had enough votes on the court, it would take 3 of us to ask for full briefing. We would ask for that and prepare what we call a study memo, where we would do internal briefing. And after that point, we would decide whether we would grant review. And unfortunately, at that point in time, about 50% of our cases we denied review. So you can imagine what a big, that was really a lot in terms of expense, financially and emotionally for people to go through. So we changed that process so that now we will make the decision about whether or not to grant review before full briefing is requested on the merits. Now, what that means as a practical matter is that the petitions that are going to be filed, the word limit has now been extended from 4,500 words to 6,500 words. So that's about 15-ish pages to about 25 pages. And the main change that you all need to realize that in those summaries, you've got to realize that in increasing the page limits for these petitions, there's only so many hours in a day. And I have been extremely concerned that we would not be able to read everything. And all 9 of us pledged to every member of the bar that we do read every single petition that comes in. Now, those summaries are going to be all that much more important. So not only are you going to need to convince us to grant review at the very beginning, you're going to need to provide us with legal authority as to why that's the case. So remember, I've been very pleasantly surprised. This was really a big thing that Justice Young really has been pushing for years, and I was hesitant because of this whole time issue. I've been pleasantly surprised. We've been doing it since the beginning of the year, and a certain percentage of our cases are now under the new rules. And we've been able to do it. I really am still able to keep up with everything. But remember, we're putting more emphasis on that summary at the beginning. So that's an important thing for you all to keep in mind. We have some changes to our summary judgment practice effective March 1st of 2026. 166A was amended. Basically, there were no substantive changes to that. These changes include deadlines, various deadlines that mainly make the deadlines forward counting rather than backward counting. If you all remember, it was sort of confusing. So we've changed that in accordance with our directive by the legislature. We have also are in the process of instituting, we just had public comment through June 1st, judicial time reporting. We did this as a response of Senate Bill 293. This is something this certainly wasn't the court's idea at all. In fact, I think a lot of us really personally did not want to have to do this, and arguably we really wouldn't have had to do this because of separation of powers issue, branches of government, but we try to go along and get along with the legislature. So we have in fact instituted some of those rules, and basically what we've done is that we've required judges to report their time every 6 months in 2 categories: time spent presiding over court cases and time spent performing other judicial duties. But it's not as if our judges are going to have to be taking, keeping time slips. I mean, I joke, but it's really true. Most of our judges, or certainly a lot of our judges, became judges so they didn't have to do time slips. So I don't want to make them have to do it now. New rules on central docketing. I know that those of you who are in Bexar County and Travis County have been very concerned about this. I understand that very much. One thing I think that I want you to know, and that is that the main concern here has been that there would not be one judge who was in charge of docket management for an entire case throughout the life of the case. And so basically somebody had mentioned to me that I think it was in Bexar County, that they were concerned that the judges were not going to go along with what we are requiring as far as the changes. And I explained, really, we don't mind. It's not that the court was concerned about central docketing. The concern was that you didn't have a judge that was actually in charge of that case throughout the management of the case. So, for example, when I was a trial judge years ago in Tarrant County, we didn't have a central docketing system. So if a case was in my court and it took forever to get to trial, or my numbers went up to 6,000 cases on the docket, I would be held to be responsible. Well, that wasn't happening, or at least we were told. There were reports that that was not happening. I'm not sure if that's true or not, but that was what the reports were. So now, as long as the counties, those two counties, are able to create a system whereby a judge will be in charge of that, then the central docketing system is going to be okay. So keep that in mind. There has been an extension for the Bexar County courts, but again, I really don't think it's going to be as big of a change as people were afraid, or that I was concerned there would be. CLE for pro bono work, the court has proposed amendments, and we did have public comment through June 1st that would allow a lawyer to earn up to 3 hours of CLE for pro bono work at a rate of 1 CLE hour per 5 hours of pro bono work. We really do appreciate the bar working with us on this. We know that, as you all know, everybody in this room is very, very dedicated to access to justice issues. We're always searching of ways that we can ensure that justice is provided to all our citizens, regardless of their ability to afford a lawyer, because, as we all know, justice denied to one of us is justice denied to all of us. And this is just one thing that we're doing to hopefully help in that regard. And we are also considering whether or not to create a special committee on artificial intelligence. We have sent some things having to do with, for example, hallucinated citations to our Supreme Court Advisory Committee. But you know, that thing is going so fast, artificial intelligence. I mean, hallucinations are really almost something of the past, because now there's systems that are correcting themselves so quickly. So there's really a lot going on in this area. One thing that we're looking at is that we would have this work group that would focus on court operations and internal use, risk awareness, ethics and professional responsibility, and access to justice. So if any of you are interested in anything like this, or know people who would be able to provide us with the kind of expertise we need, please let me know, because we're in the process of looking for those people that would be able to really assist the court in this very, very important work. We don't want to supplant the work of our SCAC Rules Committee, and this committee would be broader than that. We foresee that it would be a permanent committee, but it would be something that would not look at rules, but when rules did need to be changed, then they would again be referred to SCAC. SCAC could bring it up on their own, but also look at these other issues, because the scientists are telling us that these changes are being made at such a rapid rate. We are really we can't put our head in the sand and act like this isn't happening. We're going to have to deal with it. Again, thank you all so very much. As I always say, and it's always true, you all are the foot soldiers of the rule of law in this very divided time we live in. Never has the rule of law been more important than it is now. Because of you, I think that we will get through this. And I want to thank you from the bottom of the heart for myself and the court. Thank you.
And any questions or comments from the directors? I think we might have one. No. Okay. Moving on, we're going to go to agenda item number 8, and I will call up President Vargas.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, everyone. How are y'all? All right. So I think all of the folks that have been on this board for the last year, and I think a lot of the folks that ran for the board and are here with us today, all realize that the State Bar of Texas has had an incredible year. But the incredible year that we've had hasn't come because nobody put in the effort. It's because there were very special people that put in a tremendous amount of effort, a tremendous amount of work to get that done, and have represented and supported the State Bar of Texas really, really well. And I want to take a few minutes to recognize some of those people who have just gone above and beyond in supporting the State Bar of Texas. And the very first person that I want to recognize is somebody that through the years since I came onto this board has always given wise counsel, done everything that they can to support the State Bar of Texas, even when supporting the State Bar of Texas was not an easy thing to do, and who's just been there as a stalwart supporter of the State Bar, and that is our senior Supreme Court Justice, Deborah Lehrman. She has done an amazing job, and so I want to present a presidential citation to Senior Justice Deborah Lehrman. All right, everybody, we're not done yet. Hang in there with us. Next up, I want to present a citation to Judge Jesse McClure of the Texas Court of Criminal Appeals. He has been the liaison to this board from his court. He's been an incredible supporter of the State Bar of Texas. He always shows up not just with a smile, but with an incredible work ethic. He's here to help us all in our mission to do everything that we can for the lawyers of the State Bar of Texas, and he's put in really hard work, and I want to thank him for being such a strong supporter of the State Bar of Texas. Judge McClure, would you come up? Next up, I want to recognize someone who is just so incredibly special to this entire board, certainly to all of the State Bar leadership, and somebody who has spent countless hours and dedicated countless days to a single mission, which is serving and helping to protect the more than 5 million Texans that fall into the justice gap here in the state of Texas. And her vision, her dedication, and her commitment to public service, all of those things she's shown, and she's been able to help bring together lawyers, judges, legal aid providers, and community leaders in an ongoing effort to close the justice gap. And I want to present a citation to Harriet Myers. Harriet, are you here? Would you come up? Next up, I want to recognize a few people that have been crucial to the success of this year's Access to Justice initiative from the State Bar of Texas. We've called it the Stand with Santos initiative, but it's never really been about me. It's about helping all of the folks across the state of Texas, more than 5 million of them who do not receive help with 90% of their civil legal needs. And we have more than accomplished our goal through the Stand with Santos initiative, And that's in large part because we had some really amazing allies along the way. One of those allies is somebody who's been a friend to the State Bar of Texas for years and years. She is the executive director of the Texas Access to Justice Foundation. That's Betty Valle-Torres. She's been an extraordinary champion for Stand with Santos, but more important than that, she has been a champion to all of the Texans who need the help, who are in their darkest hour, who cannot afford to hire a lawyer. And because of people like Betty, they've been able to get the help that they need. And so I want to provide Betty Valle-Torres a citation as well. We're so proud of all the work that you've done, Betty, and we're so proud to call you a friend. Please come on up. All right. So next up, I want to thank a group that's very special to me, a group that has done so much for Hispanic lawyers and for access to justice throughout the years, and that's a Hispanic lawyer section. We have Veronica Legarreta, who's here representing the Hispanic lawyer section of the State Bar of Texas. But let me tell you what an incredible supporter and ally they have been on access to justice. Over the years, they have raised countless dollars through their Loteria event that they host every single year, along with the Access to Justice Foundation. They've done an incredible job. All of that money goes directly to the foundation that then uses that money to help the folks that are in their darkest hour and in the time of need. And this year, they were such an incredible ally that they decided to earmark all of the funds from Loteria to the Stand with Santos initiative, and really helped us increase our numbers dramatically. And so thank you for that. And Veronica, would you please come up to accept a citation on behalf of the Hispanic lawyer section? Next, I want to take an opportunity to thank another group that has worked closely with the State Bar of Texas for a very long time. And our leadership regularly speak to each other to make sure that we are pulling in the same direction, that we're on the same page. And they have been such an incredible supporter of the Stand with Santos initiative this year. In fact, the Texas Bar Foundation, who I also want to recognize, donated over $20,000 that we were able to earmark towards the Stand with Santos initiative this year. And Kenda Culpepper, where are you, Kenda? Are you here? Kenda, come on up, because I want to give you a citation as well. Thank you so much to the Bar Foundation. And finally, I want to thank another group who's been a huge supporter this year on access to justice as well, and that is the San Antonio Estate Planners Council, who generously donated over $20,000 this year for the Stand with Santos initiative. They've been an incredible supporter, they've been a close ally, and they believe in access to justice. So I know that we don't have anybody from the leadership currently of the Estate Planners Council that's with us here today, but we do have Patty Vargas, who is a member of the Estate Planners Council, who's here to accept an award on behalf of the San Antonio Estate Planners Council. Patty, come on up. All right, so moving on, almost exactly 1 year ago now, I sat before you in our very first board meeting as president, and I issued a call to action to all of the then directors that were with us in the room that day, and it was specifically actually targeted to all of the elected district directors. And what I asked you all to do was to get out of your offices, get out of your social circles that you know, and go out to speak to the bar associations and the lawyers in your districts, and to be ambassadors for all of the good work that the State Bar of Texas has done. And let me tell you, you all answered that call, and you answered it incredibly well. I want to thank everyone who's here who was part of that program and has their name featured on the Wall of Honor. You did an incredible job. And let me tell you this, we have had this year 100% participation among the 17 state bar districts, which is just incredible. And what's great about it is that it wasn't just elected directors that answered the call. We also had at-large directors, section representatives, as well as liaisons who answered the call and participated as well. So everybody, if you see your name on that Wall of Honor, come up, let's take a picture, and let's honor you for all the great work that you've done this year. All right, next up, everyone, I just want to give everyone, I know you're probably tired of hearing about Stand with Santos. I've been talking about it all year long. Every single time that you see me, you hear about Stand with Santos. I'm sure at this point you want to sit and not listen about Stand with Santos anymore. But I want to give you a quick update on what we've actually achieved. So when I started last year and I was getting ready to launch this initiative at my swearing in, I came up with a number, right? And it just kind of sounded good. There was no kind of rhyme or reason behind it, but I was like, $300,000 sounds doable. I can probably raise $300,000 in value for access to justice. Let me tell you, we, over the course of the last year, have more than doubled that. And that's in large part because of the support that I've gotten from all of you all that are here in this room, as well as the lawyers across the state of Texas who have answered the call on access to justice. And I will tell you that it's extremely important because there are real faces, there are real people, and there are real stories behind the term access to justice. I've shared some of those stories over the course of the last year, stories of disaster survivors who are counting on access to justice to be able to get their lives back on track, stories of single mothers who are trying to get out of abusive relationships and who have had legal aid lawyers be able to come in and help them on that front, people that are experiencing homelessness and have gotten help from legal aid lawyers to help them get their documents in order and to be able to get a job and to be able to get out of homelessness. Those are the real people that are directly impacted by the term access to justice. And I feel like through the efforts that we've made with Stand with Santos and the efforts that people like Betty and Harriet and all of the folks that live, eat, and breathe access to justice every single day, that we've done a little bit to make this world a little bit of a better place. And so I want to thank you all for standing with me in this effort. And I promise after today, you will no longer have to hear about Stand with Santos. But thank you all so much for being there and for being such huge supporters of this Access to Justice initiative all year long. Really appreciate it. Now, in closing out my term as president of the State Bar of Texas, I just want to share a few of the memories that have helped make this one of the most special years of my life. And so we've put together, I've spared you all largely throughout the year of all of the photographs of all the different events that we've been to, but I feel like I've earned this little opportunity to put up a video and just share what this road has looked like for me, especially coming from Port Arthur, Texas, from an immigrant family, parents with no education, growing up doing a lot of hard work and manual labor, never thinking that I'd ever have the opportunity to serve in the position that I've served this year. I want to share a little bit about my journey with you all.
Feel spring.
Y'all, it has been the honor of my life serving as your 145th president of the State Bar of Texas. And I talked about this a little bit earlier, but growing up in Port Arthur, Texas, born into an immigrant family where my parents never had a chance to get an education, growing up doing really hard manual labor as a roofer alongside my father and my two brothers. Remember baking out in the sun, covered head to toe in asphalt, carrying buckets of hot tar after school all summer long, during the holidays, having to work really hard and questioning at that point in my life whether I'd ever be able to make it out of the situation that I was in. And then having high school counselors tell me I'd never make it into college, to go do something else, go find a job as a tradesman in some type of field, but don't think you're getting into college because that's not happening. It wasn't easy. It wasn't easy getting to this point. But at some point along the way, as a young man, I made a decision. I knew that if I let someone else tell me that I couldn't play, then I'd never be able to win. And so I developed my own personal motto that I've tried to live by every single day since. That motto, it's stitched onto the very boots that I'm wearing right now, and that is, you can't win if you don't play. And let me tell you, when it comes to the State Bar of Texas, I came to play, and I came to win, and I left it all on the field. But what's made this year truly special and important for me isn't the chance that I had to play, it's that I had the opportunity to be on the same team with every single one of you. The fact that you were on my team, that I was able to play with you, people like Trey, like Brittany, like Jen, like David, like Steve, Ross, Tammy, Chris Ritter, Shauna Willing, Amy Starnes. There is not a better team in the entire world, let me tell you that. And the fact that y'all let me play with you makes this year one of the most special years of my entire life. And I will tell you, I would be remiss if I didn't mention the best teammates that a guy could ever ask for, and that is my wife, Patty Vargas, and my children. Despite all of the missed family dinners, the missed dance performances, the missed lacrosse games, the missed football games, the missed soccer games, the missed basketball games, despite all of that, they've always stayed by my side. And Patty, you and the kids, having you on my team makes me feel like I've won it all. Thank you very much. Thank you. And for the last time, Madam Chair, that concludes my report.
right. Are there any comments or questions for our president? Thank you for a job well done, and it's been an honor to serve here with you. Okay, whew, all right. We're going to move on to agenda item number 9, and we will hear our report from our president-elect for one more day. Come on up, Mr. Smith.
Okay, after that, I'm done. That was awesome, Santos.
Thank you, David.
And thank you. Thank you for being a friend. Thank you for being a mentor. And you too, Steve. And you too, Trey. These 3 guys have been my brothers. And I can't thank you enough. Now we'll get to something a little bit more mundane. Madam Chair, if I may, I'd like to talk about the Budget Committee and the budget report out of order. Can I do that first? Is that okay with you? Oh, thank you. Okay. All right. Folks, the State Bar did present their budget to the Supreme Court in fiscal year of 2026-27. That was done on April the 27th. Trey did an excellent job of getting up and demonstrating to the Supreme Court the accountability that we have in the State Bar, our ability to be good stewards of the money that we have to work with, and our ability to stretch that to its extreme. And as a result of that, I'm pleased to report that on May 6th, the Supreme Court sent a order over officially adopting the budget for fiscal year 26-27 as presented. I want to thank the members of the Budget Committee, our Executive Director, and of course our staff of the State Bar for their efforts in developing the budget for the year 2026-27. Everybody started from zero. We did zero-based budgeting this year, and there was a lot of work that went into it. And for those of you who are just coming in as directors that are here watching what's going on, some of you will be part of that process when you're on that budget committee. I'm going to reiterate what I told you in orientation this morning. Our staff is beyond measure when you compare it to other organizations. These people are dedicated, they work their tails off, they're underpaid, and they just do a tremendous job day in and day out. Tammy, God, we're going to miss you. I don't think we need to let her go. Can you do anything? Can you, an executive order? But this is the type of quality that you have. And you are so privileged to be coming in and working with this group, and I can't say thank you enough. Now, with that out of the way, I want to talk to you a little bit about getting prepared to take on the awesome responsibility. As you can see, this is going to be a tremendously tough act to follow. He is a tremendously tough act to follow, but I'm going to do my best. I'm going to do my best by working together with all of you, with our Access to Justice Commission, our Access to Justice Foundation, our other supportive agencies. We're going to do some things next year. We're going to do it all together. Some of these things that we're going to be doing are going to be just a start. It's just going to be the beginning. And that's going to be hopefully carried forward by Sarah as she assumes the presidency the year after, and so on. That's going to be these are going to be ongoing projects. So I just kind of want to briefly go over with you what we've been preparing to do. One of the things that we want to do is to bring the bar home. That's going to be the keystone of this year's work that we're going to be doing. We're going to bring the bar home not only to our attorneys, but we're going to bring the bar home to the people that we serve and to our law students who are preparing to be our legacy as they move forward into the practice of law. And the way we're going to do that is, first, we're going to help the people that we serve. We're going to be talking about helping those who cannot afford legal services. Now, throughout this past year, you have stood with Santos, and we have done some the work that he has done in getting that put together and bringing forward a package of services and money is amazing. So this coming year, what I want you to do is spend it with Dave. We're going to take that money from Stand with Santos and put it to work. So here's some of the things that we're going to be looking at doing. First of all, we're going to be addressing the legal deserts that are out there. One of the things that we need to do is incentivize law students to, instead of coming to Dallas, Houston, Fort Worth, or some large firm and getting a job, we need to be able to get them interested in going into the smaller communities, the communities that don't have lawyers, communities that can be a gold mine for a lawyer. We're going to start by creating internships, and this is going to be in partnership with the law schools. Armin Solik, and the incoming president of TYLA, we've been talking to the law school deans. We've been setting this up, and one of the things that we want to do is have internships where law students go into these smaller communities and sit with the judges, work with the judges that serve multiple districts, work with the district attorneys, see what the life is like in a rural area, in a rural setting. Once they get a taste of it, I think that they will see that they like it, and hopefully they'll be incentivized to go to work in one of those areas. To further enhance that incentive, we're going to be looking towards creating economic incentives. We have already talked to several of the schools that have started this process rolling. We're going to be talking with other folks that can help bring this together, but what we're going to do is create either scholarship programs for debt. In other words, if somebody goes into a smaller community and goes to work there, they get a scholarship after being there for 5 years to go towards their debt, to eliminate that $100,000 or the several $100,000 debt that they may have with regard to their law school education. Debt forgiveness is another component of that. In other words, if they go in and serve in these smaller communities, they get debt forgiveness. The whole idea is to bring lawyers into those areas, working with TOJI to expand incentives to go into those areas if somebody's going to open a sole proprietor business in one of these communities, enhancing things for them as well. That's what we want to do to help the people that we serve, to help our lawyers. What are we going to do there? We're going to be going into the communities and sharing with them our excellent CLE programs, tailor-making CLEs, so that lawyers who are in remote areas can have CLE without having to travel to Dallas, Austin, Houston, or somewhere and be away from their practice for long periods of time. They can get their year of CLE in one sitting in their own community, and they don't have to go way out of the way to do it. Another thing that we want to do to help our attorneys is going to be, Mary Ellen King, would you stand up? Mary Ellen put together the Crisis Assistance Program in Austin. And what this program does is it allows a local bar to, in Austin, what they did is they came together and they gave assistance to lawyers in crisis, lawyers who have either mental health issues, substance abuse issues, personal health issues, people that are in severe crisis. The bar comes to their aid. They help the practice. They make sure the practice does not collapse. They make sure that there's financial assistance there. They make sure that there's support for the family. And that was all put together by Mary Ellen. And thank you for that. Here's what's going to happen next year. That's going to roll out and going to be available statewide to any local bar association that needs it. And that's one of the things that we're going to be doing to help our lawyers. Other things that we're going to be doing to help our lawyers is to further encourage mentorship. This is for our young lawyers as well as our older lawyers. One of the things that I found when I got out of law school was I didn't know a thing about practicing law, but I was lucky enough to move into a community. I was a first-generation lawyer. I didn't know squat about practicing law. But I moved into a community, the Midland, Odessa community. And there was a band of lawyers out there who just circled around me, taught me how to practice law, taught me how to try cases, taught me how to deal with clients, how to deal with other attorneys. They taught me how to do it right, how to do it honorably. And as a result, I tried hundreds of cases. I have had the career that has just made me, I'm eternally grateful for that. And if it hadn't been for those lawyers helping me, that might not have ever happened. And so I want that to be available in every community across this state. And so what we're going to be doing is revitalizing our local bar organizations that have kind of fallen on hard times, the ones that have gone dormant. We're resurrecting those. And as a matter of fact, we already have commitments from 4 of those organizations to be at our local bar leaders our local bar leaders conference in July of this year, and we're getting more. So if you know of more in your area, have them contact me. Have them contact Andrea Bellinger with the Local Bar Services Committee here, or the Local Bar Services Office here in the State Bar. We will get them there. We will revitalize those bars. Sarah and I will be going out and speaking to any local bar that wants us to come. We will gather lawyers wherever we can find them, but we want to get those local bars back together and have them servicing their attorneys right there on the front lines and helping the younger attorneys become better, helping the attorneys that are already there do better. It's a win-win situation for everyone. Those are some of the things that we're going to be doing. We will be also seeking to create a volunteer army to assist with the providing of services. That's another thing. You'll be hearing more about that as we go on. But most importantly, folks, I want you to understand this is not going to be an individual effort. This is not going to be 1 or 2 people. This is going to be this collective group of this board of directors. And I'm going to be asking each and every one of you to step up to the plate to help deliver these things to the people we serve, to our fellow lawyers, and to our law students. So get ready. You're going to be busy next year, and we're going to have a great time doing it. Now, I'd like to say something to our third-year directors. I'm wearing green today. This is as green as I could find in my closet. That's pretty green. There you go. And many of you are wearing green today. And let me tell you why we're doing that. We're doing that because 3 years ago, people sought to get on the board of directors. They were elected. They were brought in, and they came in. Think about it. Every one of you come here, you leave your practice, you give your hours, countless numbers of hours to do the work for the State Bar. What people see in this room is the culmination of hundreds, literally hundreds of hours of work in your committees, in your service, in your speeches that you give, and you don't get a dime for that. Every one of you donate that time, sacrifice that time away from your families, and do it willingly because you know you're doing something for the good of the practice of law in the state of Texas. And for that, I thank you. For that, I honor you. Those of you who are rolling off, don't think you're getting away from anything. We're going to still keep you busy. But I want to thank you. I take this time, and I hope all of you understand that we can't say enough how much we appreciate each and every one of you for the hard work, for the sacrifice that you have made to be a director and make the practice of law better in the state of Texas. So to each and every one of you that are rolling off, thank you. All right, folks, get ready. Next year's going to be a lot of fun. Santos, you're still going to be here, and we're still going to be leaning on you, and I'm still going to be needing you. So thank you for all that you have done, and thank you in advance for what you're doing. Steve, brother, I'm going to miss you. I'm just going to miss you. I hope you'll come back and be with us some more. Folks, thank you very much. Madam Chair, that concludes my report.
Okay, thank you, David. Are there any comments or questions from directors? All right, we're going to move on to our next agenda item to hear from our immediate past president.
Thank you for that round of clap. Well, here we are. 4 years ago, at this annual meeting, the State Bar annual meeting in 2022, then State Bar Director and Nominations and Election Committee member David Courageous approached me about my willingness to allow my name to be added to a list of potential interviewees for the position of President-elect of the State Bar of Texas. I thought about it. More importantly, I asked Jennifer if I could do it, and we talked about it, and my Lord, and ended up saying yes. And 4 months later, I found myself approved by this board as one of the 2 candidates for President-elect. And thank you, my love, for supporting and encouraging me in this endeavor. Knowing that lawyers were more likely to vote for a candidate they'd actually met than one they had not, I decided to embrace the whole road warrior vibe as my campaign theme. In fact, my first campaign e-blast, the email that went to lawyers across the state and beyond, featured a picture of me standing by a black and white farm-to-market sign along a lonely country road, and I shamelessly copied as my campaign logo, "Where in the world is Carmen Sandiego?" Then I climbed in my car and I started driving. And now, 4 years later, after driving tens of thousands of miles of Texas roads and attending hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of events, I've finally reached the end of the road on this journey with really only one task remaining to be completed, and that is to finish these remarks and sit back down. In his 1971 novel, Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas, an excellent novel if you haven't read it, author Hunter S. Thompson wrote this: "Life should not be a journey to the grave with the intention of arriving safely in a pretty and well-preserved body, but rather to skid in broadside in a cloud of smoke, thoroughly used up, totally worn out, and loudly proclaiming, 'Wow, what a ride.'" As I skid into this annual meeting in a cloud of smoke and wrap up my service on this board today, I want all of you to know how immensely I have enjoyed the journey that I have been on for these past 4 years, and how deeply thankful I am for each and every one of you alongside whom I have labored shoulder to shoulder in service to our noble profession. And beyond this board and beyond our superb board staff, I want you to know how thankful I am for all of the members of our State Bar throughout Texas and beyond, who it has been my privilege to serve and to lead. And so to all of you, thank you for your friendship and affection. Thank you for your wisdom and your counsel. Thank you for your encouragement and your instruction. Thank you for your grace and your patience. Thank you for your time and your sacrifice. Thank you for your dedication to our profession's core principles of civility and professionalism. Thank you for your sincere heart for humbly serving others. Thank you for your unwavering commitment to the cause of justice for all, and including the underserved. And finally, last but not least, thanks for the ride.
Well done. Very well done.
And it's been an honor to serve with you, Steve. We're going to miss you next year. All right, up next, we're going to move to our immediate past chair of the board, Paul Stafford, who will now provide us on the nominations and election report. Come on up.
Good afternoon. Wanted to bring you the report from the Nominations and Elections Subcommittee. As you know, the 2026 board elections were held and were successful. Ray Thomas and Sarah Clower Keithley were our nominees, and Sarah Clower Keithley will be our 2027-2028 president. Congratulations to Sarah. It cannot be said enough that we're both two great candidates, and we appreciate both of these leaders for stepping up to campaign to be the president of this great bar, and we're grateful for both of these candidates. There were 15,438 attorneys that voted in the election, which is 13% return rate, and we have 10 new directors that were elected to be on the 2026-2027 State Bar Board of Directors. The final district chart is located in your materials on Board Effect in the Nominations and Elections section. We're excited to have this new group of board members, and congratulations to you all. And as a point of privilege or personal privilege, I'm sure that I could speak for Steve at least once and say that we're very grateful for having you entrust this process to us as co-chairs of the Nominations and Elections Subcommittee. And we appreciate all of the work that the subcommittee and each of you have done this year. And it's been a pleasure serving you. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. Are there any questions or comments from directors? All right, up next, we will hear from Director Forrest Huddleston as Chair of the Audit and Finance Committee.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Hi, everybody. So just to reground the group, Audit and Finance Committee is responsible for the financial performance of the State Bar and any compliance that's required for the State Bar, whether that's financial compliance or statewide compliance. That's what, and particularly for the new members here, that's kind of what we tend to oversee. So today I'm going to go over the work of the Audit and Finance Committee since our last meeting. So what you'll see here is that the growth in revenues and growth in expenditures has continued over the last 11 months. So again, just a reminder to the group, this is the first 11 out of 12 months of the year of financial performance. So we have a May year end, and we're looking at this through the month of April. So it's the first 11 months of the year. There's typically a little bit of a delay whenever we review these because it takes a couple of months to really compile the financial statements effectively, and we're about to go into our year-end financial audit. And so that's why we have not put up the full 12 months of results yet, because they're still in the process of finalizing those numbers before we actually move into the audit of the financial statements. But what you can see here is that revenues did grow over the last couple of years. Since last year, it's 6.1% growth. This is, everybody should be familiar with this, but we had a raise in dues, and so that's why we've seen increases in the revenues over the last year. Expenditures are showing a steady and controlled increase of about 2.2%. We partner very closely with the Budget Committee, and so ensuring that revenues are not going, or excuse me, expenditures are not going up too much. Like I said, it's very much in partnership with the Budget Committee, and the zero-based budget helped a lot this year with ensuring that those didn't grow very much. So what you see here is a comparison of the budget to actuals. So what we just showed was actuals for the last 3 years in a row. This is showing, hey, what did we budget for and where are we actually landing as far as revenues and expenditures go? So what you're seeing is a $1.8 million increase in net revenues over expenditures, which is a good thing. I won't go too much into it, but particularly for the new members, feel free to come talk to me if there's any questions on kind of the specifics of this. Try to keep it decently high level so that it's easy to understand and really only call call out the things that are most important to be called out. So this is a good sign, not a ton to go over today as far as specifics. The next thing that I'll go over, similar to what I said earlier, we are required to abide by certain compliance items. And so there are 3 items up here that are related to compliance that we're required to go through. The first one is being an efficiency audit. So last year, the 89th legislature enacted a new requirement that the state auditor adopt a schedule for conducting an efficiency audit for every state agency that will be subject to an upcoming sunset review. So the state bar is subject to a sunset review for the 28-29 review cycle. So the State Auditor's Office is currently conducting the efficiency review out of the State Bar. The second one, you guys should also be familiar with this, but we're about to go into an audit of our financial report for 2026. So the year ended in May, so the year end is May of 2026. A couple of months after that, our external auditors come in and make sure that the numbers that are being reported in our financial statements are actually correct. The third one here is an internal audit. So in order to ensure that we are reporting correct numbers, we have to be doing processes and procedures that are best practice. And that's what the internal audit is to say, hey, are your guys' practices best in class, and making sure that you are actually reporting the numbers correctly in the financial statements. So that'll be coming in the upcoming couple of months. And I believe that is my whole report. So it's a short one today, unless there's any questions.
Do we have any questions for Director Huddleston? All right, so we will move on to our next, let's give him applause. All right, we'll move on to our Administration Committee, and we will hear from Director Steve Toscano as Chair of the Performance Measures and Strategic Planning Subcommittee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is a quick report. Performance Measures and Strategic Planning Subcommittee continues to prepare for the board strategic planning work session, which is scheduled for July 22nd in Houston. Please make sure that date is on your calendar. That is going to be an important moment for us to work together to figure out what the future holds for us. Following the subcommittee's meeting earlier this year, we identified key stakeholder groups whose perspectives will help inform development of the bar's next strategic plan and performance measures. Stakeholders include State Bar leadership, staff, and selected internal partners and organizations. I'm pleased to report that the surveys of the State Bar staff and selected leadership are now being distributed. Additionally, members of the subcommittee and our strategic planning consultant, Molly Flood, will conduct interviews with key stakeholders over the coming weeks. The information gathered through these surveys and interviews will help identify the opportunities, challenges, and strategic priorities that should be considered during the board's planning session in July. And our next phase of work will focus on compiling and analyzing the feedback we receive so that the board has meaningful information to guide its discussions in July. We appreciate everybody's participation and appreciate everybody's contribution. That's my report. I will tell you that in my mind, we've heard about some of the incredible work that President Smith is going to be moving forward with Sarah in the following year. But I will tell you, in my mind, there is no more important work for a board that is needing to do the tremendous work that it needs to do than to invest the time in a strategic plan. It's not a lot of fun. It's not something real sexy. But I will tell you, it is something that is critical for an organization that is required, the work that is required of us to do a good job. So as you guys receive your surveys, as you get your information and the questions, please work on those. Please carve out a little bit of time and invest some time in that, because it will bear fruit that will last for a very long time. And as we come in together in July, please prepare for that, and please put some thought into it, and let's have a good digestion tank that will allow us to prepare and put together a strategic plan like we've never done before. So I encourage everybody to get excited about it. Let's do it. And let's see what we can develop come July. Madam Chair, thank you.
All right, are there any questions for Director Steve Triscano? Or any comments from directors? All right, we're going to move on to our next committee meeting, or committee report from Director Stephen Vinzer as Chair of this Client Security Fund Subcommittee.
Madam Chair, El Jefe Vargas, and members of the board, the Client Security Fund Subcommittee met via Zoom on May 27, 2026. The subcommittee reviewed 50 applications and approved 39 for a total disbursement of $190,178.39. Year to date, the subcommittee has reviewed 263 applications and approved 119 for total disbursements of $1,653,673.05. And before I conclude my report, I just want to say that it just feels like yesterday that I was being sworn in by Justice Lehrman. I blinked and, not only have 3 years passed, but my hair seems to have grown by about 8 inches. But rest assured, once I finally do get a haircut, I remain committed to donating some of it to some of our more follically challenged board members. It has been a pleasure serving with you all. Please know that you not only have a colleague, but a friend out in El Paso. And with that, Madam Chair, this concludes my final committee report.
Thank you, Stephen, and the hair is very glorious, I must say. All right, so the time is 2:42, and I'm going to give us a break. So we're going to do a 10-minute break, 10 minutes. So please come back by 2:52. Yes, I'm that one, 2:52.
All right, the time is now 2:53, and this meeting is called back to order. Up next, we're going to move to Director Rosalind Perez, who will now provide us with a report for the Appeals Grant Review Subcommittee.
I'm afraid I have a bit of a long report today. The Appeals and Grants Subcommittee met by Zoom on May 26th. And today we are considering an appeal by Mary Elizabeth Van Orman from the decision of the Texas Board of Legal Specialization to revoke her family law certification. This appeal comes before the board pursuant to the TBLS rules. As you may recall from my other reports, the standard of review is the substantial evidence standard. Under this standard, the question is whether any substantial evidence exists to support the decision under review. If substantial evidence exists, the decision must be upheld. The evidence in Ms. Van Orman's case shows the following. Her TBLS family law certification was revoked on January 4th of 2022 because her State Bar of Texas membership had been suspended. She was notified of the revocation in writing and given until February 7th of 2022, 30 days, to complete the remedial actions that would have allowed her to reinstate her certification. The TBLS Attorney Rules and Regulations, Section 7A to C, provide if all remedial actions are not completed within 30 days after receiving notice of revocation, the member must reapply and requalify for certification. Ms. Van Orman did not initiate remedial actions within the 30-day period. In September of 2025, approximately 3.5 years after the deadline had passed, Ms. Van Orman petitioned TBLS to reconsider the revocation of her family law certification. In February of 2026, after considering her petition, the TBLS board again voted unanimously to uphold its earlier decision for the reasons previously stated. The TBLS board determined that to regain certification of family law, Ms. Van Orman would need to reapply, requalify, and pass the examination for the specialty area. Ms. Van Orman appealed that decision to this board, and that came before the Appeals Grants Subcommittee, which we considered on May 26th. Ms. Van Orman appeared by video conference and through counsel and argued that the TBLS decision should be reversed. Her argument included evidence of serious personal hardships she had faced, but she did not dispute that she had missed the deadline established by the rules. Mr. Leo Figueroa, Executive Director of TBLS, also appeared by Zoom on behalf of TBLS and argued that the decision should be upheld, focusing on the facts of Ms. Van Orman's noncompliance with the rules governing licensure suspensions and remedial action deadlines as set out above. After considering all of the information, evidence, and arguments and applying the substantial evidence standard, the subcommittee found that substantial evidence existed to support the TBLS decision. The subcommittee therefore voted unanimously to recommend that the TBLS decision be affirmed. And therefore, Madam Chair, I move that the Board of Directors adopt the recommendation of the Appeals Grants Subcommittee and uphold the decision of the TBLS revoking the family law certification of Ms. Van Orman.
Thank you, Director Perez. And coming from committee, no second is needed. Is there any discussion? Okay. All directors who are in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, say nay. Any abstentions? All right. The motion passes.
And before I conclude my report, I just want to say how much of an honor it has been to be on this board. I know that we all have made lots of friends, and I also just want to say that I am always amazed by the amazing and intelligent people that constantly volunteer to serve on the bar board. I came to this board as a naysayer of the bar. I didn't think the bar did anything for small town lawyers. And serving on this board, I've learned that the bar does an incredible amount of things for an incredible number of attorneys. Some of the things we do are not easy. Some of the things are not fun. And so thank you all so much for your time and your leadership and making me a better person. And with that, this concludes my report, Madam Chair.
Up next, we will have Director Amy Rod, Chair of the New Directors Orientation Subcommittee, to provide her report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, everyone. This morning, we had our new directors orientation for all of our new board members, liaisons, and section representatives. We're going to welcome 17 new board members who will be sworn in tomorrow morning during the board meeting. We made them all introduce themselves and say a little bit about each other. I will tell you, this is a fantastic group, and I am very anxious to get them to work and to work with them and alongside them. Please, if you can, tonight at the dinner, make sure that you find them and introduce yourself to them so we can show what a welcoming group we are, but they're going to be fantastic. I would like to thank the rest of the NDO committee, Directors Justice Davis, Director Denbo, Director Foster, and Director Weinstein. And that's all I have. We welcome you new members. We'll swear you in tomorrow. Thank all of you other members for being so welcoming to the folks that we bring in. Madam Chair, that concludes my report unless anyone has any questions.
Thank you. All right, up next, we will hear from Director Chris Nicholson. There you are. Okay. Chair of the Professional Development Subcommittee, who will now provide his report.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Mr. President. First years, welcome. Hi, I'm Chris Nicholson, Director from Fort Worth, and I'm proud to say that I'm head up the PDP committee. It's a great committee. I hope when you get at your budget and you look at it, just want to draw your attention to the fact that this committee is composed of Texas Bar Books, that's what we oversee, and Texas Bar CLE. If you study your budget, about 38% of the revenue for the bar comes from the work of Texas Bar CLE and Texas Bar Books. And Texas Bar CLE is the major provider of the MCLE fees that fund our budget. The work that both of those organizations do is worthy. I want you all to understand, and I think if you'll spend some time with the budget, you'll understand that we spend, if you look at the areas where we spend money, the number one thing we spend our money on is public protection. And I think, and next comes professional development. What we do over at PDP is worthwhile, and I hope and I want to welcome each one of you as a new member to this board. And I want to say goodbye to those who are leaving. We will miss you, and I thank everybody for your support. Here are my prepared remarks. The Board Professional Development Subcommittee met jointly with the CLE Committee on May 6th to discuss new topics for CLE programs and publications and to be briefed on finances and operations. I would otherwise read over the next sentence, but they put it in my prepared remarks, and I'm going to read it to you because I don't know if I'm going to continue to be the chair of this committee going forward, so they wrote this. The State Bar staff would like to thank the Board Professional Development Subcommittee Chair, Chris Nicholson, for his support and service this past year. That might mean I'm leaving, but before I go, this is what I want to say. Your job as a board member, while it might seem daunting, you sat through orientation this morning. There's a lot that this board does. But let me let you in on a secret, and you've heard it a little bit here today. The professional staff of the bar is excellent. It is a well-led organization by our executive director and his team. You will find as you go and work on do your committee work, because that's the lifeblood of what we do. We're here for oversight. But let me tell you, your oversight job is really easy because the professional bar runs this organization like a well-oiled machine. I'm proud to serve with it, and I want to say thank you to Hetty Bauer, head of Texas Bar CLE, and of Sharon Santel for Texas Bar Books. I've enjoyed working with them. They do an excellent job. I cannot name all of their staff. I said thank you to them when we had our joint meeting with the CLE committee, and I want to thank the CLE committee and all of the volunteers out there, because all that revenue, it's just not the professional staff of this bar, it's the volunteer attorneys. Some of you in this room, you serve on the pattern jury charge committees, you serve on the Texas Real Estate Practice Manual, the Texas Family Law Practice Manual. Mr. Rampelmeyer, I'm staring at you. You know, the hours that volunteer attorneys put in helps drive the revenue of our budget. And so I want to thank everyone for their efforts this past year. Now, back to the prepared remarks. Last week, Texas Bar CLE launched the first of its large summer advanced courses with advanced estate planning and probate, which celebrated its 50th year. This year, with increased involvement from the criminal justice section, we've made several changes and improvements to the advanced criminal law course, including refreshed topics, breakouts, and speakers, as well as keynote presentation on the Murda murders and an actual innocence project panel with Amanda Knox. On the advanced family law program, the deep dive presentations are returning due to popular demand. Featured on the property and SAPSR tracks, the deep dive topics skip the basics to focus on innovative and intellectual considerations at a significantly more advanced level. There will also be a half-day interactive AI workshop. It has been a busy spring for Texas Bar Books. They released the 2026 editions of the Texas Family Law Practice Manual, the Texas Probate System, the Texas Business Organizations Manual, and the Family and Probate volume of the Texas Civil Pattern Jury Charges. The 2026 edition of the Texas Real Estate Forms Manual is due early this summer. These titles are available for lawyers to purchase on the texasbarpractice.com website. As you heard from the executive director earlier today, TOJI, the acronym, you get a lot of acronyms for those of you who are new here. It's the Texas Opportunity Justice and Justice Incubator. I can say I was there in 2016. I served on the Texas Commission for the Expansion of Civil Legal Services. Frank Stevenson was the bar president that year. It was the idea of the bar to start this incubator program when the legislature was breathing down the neck of the court about access to justice. We are now in our 10th year. TOJI has just turned out its largest cohort. These are young lawyers who sign up. They make a commitment to go out and serve the underserved in return for the services that TOJI provides and the education. 2026 marks a major overhaul of the TOJI coaching curriculum to incorporate coaching members on the ethical and effective use of AI. This adaptation is both necessary and exciting. It will help better equip TOJI members to navigate the rapidly changing technological ecosystem as they build law firms to serve working-class Texans. Registration is now open for the 34th Annual Texas Bar Membership Connections Program, TMCP. The TMCP is the premier client development, networking, and CLE event for attorneys in Texas. This year's TMCP will take place November 4th through 6th in Houston. You can nominate an outstanding attorney for a 2026 TMCP award in the following categories: Rising Star, Corporate Counsel of the Year, Trailblazer of the Year, and Lifetime Achievement. For more information, visit the TMCP website at thetexasbar.com/TMCP. Again, thank you, Hetty. Thank you, Sharon. And I want to thank my committee for all the hard work, and thank this board.
Thank you, Chris. Next up, we will hear from Brandy Wingate Voss on behalf of the section representatives to the board.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Sorry, need my eyes here. Okay, as you know, the tax section submitted updated bylaws for approval earlier on the consent agenda, so that's been taken care of. Our section membership peaked at 88,839 members this year. That's huge, y'all. And it's awesome. And it's up 1,974 members just since our last board meeting. And a lot of that is attributable to Lindsay Jackson and her staff. They're doing a fantastic job. This year, sections have hosted 118 hours of MCLE credit, including 22 hours of ethics credit just this year. This does not include the 78.75 hours, including 14.25 hours of ethics they programmed for annual meeting this week, or the numerous hours of outstanding CLEs they put on with Texas Bar CLE throughout the year. I'd like to take the time to thank the sections for all their hard work this year, and let's give a round of applause to all the section leaders that are rolling off this year, and welcome the new incoming leadership. I know the new section leaders will, we have lots of great things to look forward to from them. Lastly, myself and Pierre would, whose tenure is also coming to an end as the section rep, would like to thank all of you and all the sections for the opportunity to serve as section representative to the board, and for all the directors that are rolling off this year. Thank you so much for all your friendship and your kindness and your leadership, and I will miss those of you that are leaving, but Pierre and I get to stay because we got elected. so we'll be back. So thank you, Madam Chair. That concludes my report.
Thank you. And I've been remiss. Were there any comments or questions for any of the past three? Just want to make sure everyone, just in case. Okay. Up next, we will now hear from our TYLA President, Allison Martinez.
Thank you, Madam Chair, President Vargas. I think it's, you can just get out of the way. I know there's an elephant in the room. Yes, I have bangs now. And no, it was not because I was having an emotional crisis, although I am more sad than happy that this is all coming to an end. Good afternoon, everyone. It's so happy to see you all as I stand on this podium for the last time. As I prepared for this final report, I found myself thinking a lot about another dicho and this one was very special and near and dear to my heart because it was one that my dear grandmother used to say to us all the time. Por algo será. Do I have a clicker? Oh, yeah. Okay. Por algo será. There must be a reason. Growing up, I heard those words whenever something unexpected happened. Sometimes it was after disappointment, sometimes it was after a change of plans, and other times it was after an opportunity appeared that none of us could have predicted at all. And as I stand here today, wrapping up my year as president of the Texas Young Lawyers Association, I keep coming back to those words. Because if you had asked me 20 years ago, that's scary to say, where I would end up, none of this would have been on the list at all. I never planned to go to law school. I never planned to become a lawyer or an attorney. I never planned to serve on the TYLA Board of Directors, and I certainly never planned to one day become president of TYLA. Yet, somehow, every step led to the next one, and every conversation led to an opportunity. Every opportunity led to a friendship. Every friendship led to service, and service led me here. So, when I look back on this year, I cannot help but think, por algo será. Maybe the reason was never about a title. Maybe it was about the people. Maybe it was about the opportunity to work alongside an extraordinary group of lawyers who care deeply about serving others. Maybe it was about building projects that would leave TYLA stronger than we found it. And maybe it was about being reminded that the legal profession is at its best when we try and we build community. This year, TYLA focused on 4 priorities, and you've heard me talk about them throughout the year. Public service, local affiliate outreach and partnership, first-generation lawyers and pipeline development, and attorney wellness. And because of the people in this organization, those priorities became realities. Through our public service initiatives, TYLA launched For the Public, Texas Lawyers in Public Service, that was generously funded by the Texas Bar Foundation, a project that showcases attorneys serving their communities through government, legal aid, prosecution, public defense, and the judiciary. We created attorney spotlights within this project, career roadmaps, podcasts, and resources designed to help the next generation discover meaningful careers in public service. We're so proud that this project is live and there for so many to find so much use and so much information out of it. Through our local affiliate outreach and partnership efforts, we strengthen relationships across the state, partnered with local affiliates, expanding programming opportunities such as new podcasts and expanded CLEs like Spanish for Lawyers, and continue to ensure that TYLA remains committed to the young lawyers we serve. We are nothing without our membership, and we know that. And so we made very, very significant strides to making sure that our local affiliates know that TYLA is here to serve them especially. One of my favorite initiatives for this year was our First Generation Lawyers and our pipeline initiatives, where we launched our First to Rise campaign, which is a social media campaign that highlighted several first-generation lawyers across the state, some from our own TYLA Board of Directors and some from just all over the state. We awarded first-generation scholarships, and we hosted a Passport to Practice, which was a career-based or practice-based career expo for law students, college students, high school students all across the state, typically happening at the same time as our board meetings. So one in Houston with my alma mater, Thurgood Marshall School of Law, another at Cathedral High School in El Paso, Texas, and finally with the Kaizen Fellowship Program in my hometown of Laredo, Texas. These programs and further strengthen our continued commitment to helping students and young lawyers see themselves within the profession and the practice of law. And finally, our last initiative for attorney wellness, we partnered with TLAP for our first ever virtual wellness program. We launched the Bar Break podcast, and we continued important conversations about sustaining healthy and meaningful legal careers. Okay. And finally, I wanted to take a look at TYLA through numbers. And as I looked to this slide, I realized that the numbers only tell part of the story. Sure, it's fine to throw a bunch of numbers and to come up with a summary of what all of these mean, but they do tell a very important story. This year, TYLA traveled more than 2,000 miles across the state. That number represents law school visits, local affiliate partnerships, board meetings, community engagement projects, and countless opportunities to meet lawyers where they are. We produced 45 new podcast episodes. Those are 45 conversations designed to educate, inspire, connect, and tell the stories of lawyers across the state. We completed more than 20 projects, some large, some small, but each one created by volunteers who believed that they could make a difference. We connected with more than 1,500 students all across the state of Texas, future lawyers who now know that there is a place for them in this profession and a place for them in TYLA when they're ready to join us. 5 committees in TYLA that came together to build for the public, an ambitious approach to creating this wonderful project. And our social media reach at 4,855 Instagram followers continue to grow, helping us connect resources and opportunities to young lawyers throughout the state. But there is one number on that screen that matters the most than any other, and that's the one you see in the middle, 47. 47 board members, 47 volunteers, 47 leaders, 47 people who took the vision I presented at the beginning of the year and turned it into reality. I may have come into this year with a plan, but they are the ones who executed it. Our committee chairs, our vice chairs, our new directors, our returning directors, our liaisons and representatives, our executive committee, and of course, Tracy Brown, Brita Vino, and Michelle Palacios. Everything I have discussed today, everything that TYLA has accomplished this year happened because the people were willing to give their time, their energy, their creativity, and their hearts to this incredible organization. I am endlessly grateful to each of them. And before I conclude, I would also like to give a very, very big thank you to the State Bar of Texas. The relationship between TYLA and the State Bar has evolved over many years, and I believe we are in an incredibly strong place today. thank you so much for recognizing the importance of TYLA's work. Thank you for supporting and protecting the role TYLA plays as a public service arm of the State Bar of Texas. Thank you for investing in young lawyers and the future of our profession. But most importantly, thank you for allowing me to lead as myself. Earlier this year, someone asked me whether I had ever received any pushback for using Spanish dichos in my Texas Bar Journal articles, in my reports to this board, and throughout my presidency. I quickly smiled because the answer was no. Not once. It was never a problem. It was never questioned. It was never even discussed. And that means more to me than I can adequately express. Because it allowed me to bring a little piece of my family, my culture, my community, myself, and my story into this role. It allowed me to lead authentically, and for that, I will always be grateful. Thank you, Santos, for your leadership, for your friendship, for being the Mexican-American Bar President, State Bar President to the Mexican-American TYLA President that I am. And for all that you do for so many of us, and just for taking the time to get to know me, to get to know my family, to always ask about my family. That means so much. Madam Chair, thank you. It's been such a joy to serve and be here standing next to you, former TYLA president, let's not forget that, she was ours first, and seeing you shine, and I can't wait to continue to see you shine. So, Trey, I've said it so many times, I'll probably start crying. I took a beta blocker, it's not working. Or this meeting has ran so long that it's wearing off. A few months ago, we were, I think, at the San Antonio Bar Gala, and I looked to Trey and I said, Trey, you and Karen are so special to me. I consider you my replacement grandparents. And then I apologized for saying grandparents. But it's because I don't have any of my own anymore. And so, you know, I'm always I have parents, you know, but I'm not an orphan. But you know, and I remember at the start of it all, he came over to my parents and he said, wherever we go, if she is traveling with us, we got her. Him and Karen said that to my parents, and that meant so much. So for that, and for so much, I have learned so much of what it is to be a leader, what it is to lead an organization of this caliber through you and because of you. So thank you so much. I didn't think I was going to cry today. And of course, our lovely staff. I'll say more about you all later because I will for sure break down in full tears right now. But Jen, Tammy, Kaylin, Amy, everyone and anyone, Lowell, Patricia, everyone who's worked with me this year has been so patient with me being late, or being, as Jen lovingly calls it, TYLA time. Thank you so very much for everything you have done to me. Karen, we share the same taste in food. I can't believe I forgot you. Truly, truly, thank you so very much. Chris, also, just everyone. Before I close, I don't want to leave here without taking the time to congratulate my dear friend, Armin Salik, who is preparing this week. He's been on his computer every time I see him, so he really is preparing to take on the presidency of TYLA. Oh, no. That's a bad omen, I'm sure.
It's my last one.
Thank you, Santos. I'll get it, yeah. Sorry. I'm so sorry, Steve. Thank you. Okay. Of course, this had to happen on the last one, right? One of the greatest gifts of this organization is that your work truly never ends. Each year, one group of leaders builds upon the work of those who came before them and hands it off to the next. Armin has a tremendous vision for TYLA, and I am so excited to support him, just as so many past presidents have supported me, so many of them in the room today. Brittany, Sally, Natalie, even Hisham. We're siblings, we're just tied to the hip. I know this organization is in wonderful hands, and phenomenal hands, as you would say. And I look forward to seeing all that TYLA will accomplish under your leadership, my friend. As I close this chapter, I find myself returning to that phrase, the one that started it all. Por algo será. There must be a reason. And perhaps the reason for this year was simply to remind me how fortunate I am to be surrounded by people who believed in me, who believed in service, who believe in community, and who believe in one another. Thank you for allowing me the honor of serving as the president of the Texas Young Lawyers Association. It has been one of the greatest privileges of my life. Thank you.
Well done. Well done. So proud of you.
All right. Are there any comments or questions from the directors or section reps? All right. Up next, we're going to move on to agenda item number 18 with Ms. Pretorius coming up as chair of the Commission for Lawyer Discipline.
So I don't have new bangs, and I don't think I could carry them off as well as Allison, so you guys just get me in my hair today. So it has been such an honor to even hear everybody's kind of wrap up in serenade song goodbye. It's so inspiring to see everything, and it's always hard to follow TYLA. So, and I know I was not as well spoken as Allison was when I was up here. So congratulations to everybody on a wonderful bar year. Everybody up here, I echo everybody's thoughts, and you guys are so great. This year I had the privilege of serving as the chair of the Disciplinary Commission, and it was probably one of my favorite, aside from TYLA, appointments or positions that I've held with the bar. It is so awesome to see a group of attorneys and public members come together and truly try to find the right solution for sanctioning or for helping people rehabilitate when there's been a little snafu in their legal career. So it's just been awesome, and it's been a really good, not only do I leave every meeting and immediately check my own docket to make sure I haven't forgotten about anything, but it's been a really good sense and a reminder of humanity and what a good group of people we have, and that humanity still exists and that we're out there to try to find the right solution, not just necessarily seeking sanctions all the time. We're under wonderful leadership. Shauna continues to lead us in a wonderful way, and it is great, and it's a true joy to work with all of the disciplinary council and the fellow board members. I was really happy to see staff recognition. If you guys you heard a little bit about it, but was a challenge to get that database up and going, and I know Shauna struggled with it and staff, and it was a true miracle and a lot of hard work that went into that. So, to give you guys some disciplinary statistics for this past year, quick note is that we ran this report on May 15th. So these are year to date as of May 15th, and they do not reflect our final numbers for the bar year. For the fourth quarter of the fiscal year of 25 to 26, 48 complaints were resolved through 44 sanctions. The sanctions imposed March 1st through May 15th included 2 disbarments, 8 suspensions, 5 public reprimands, 12 private reprimands, and 17 grievance referral program. For this fiscal year to date, our total disciplinary actions through May 15th were 221 complaints resolved through 199 sanctions. We were able to recover $217,404 in attorney's fees revenue that was collected between June 1st of last year and May 15th of this year. So overall, it was a really successful year. I think that, like I said, if any of you guys ever get the chance to serve on this committee, it's an amazing amazing restoration of humanity, is what I would say. But thank you, Madam Chair. It's a fun position to see up here, so I'm not going to drop the gavel, Allison. But thank you, guys.
Any questions for Ms. Pretorius? All right, up next, we're going to go back to agenda item number 19, and we will start with Judge Jesse McClure. The floor is yours to give us a report for the Court of Criminal Appeals.
Thank you very much. I won an award today. Thank you to President Vargas for recognizing me. I really appreciate that. And I also want to thank incoming President Smith for reminding me of a topic that I feel like I don't talk enough about up here. And he talked about legal deserts. And one of the things, if you practice criminal law, that is a problem that we see pretty much everywhere, is once you get outside the big cities, it can be a challenge to have enough lawyers to represent people charged with crimes. And it can also be a challenge to have enough lawyers to prosecute those crimes. And those of you who have practiced criminal law know that, unlike wine, criminal cases do not get better with age. And it's a real problem when you don't have enough prosecutors, because that means that there are too many cases for too few prosecutors, which means cases don't get reviewed, they don't get screened well, and oftentimes you have people sitting in jail for an offense that they will ultimately be vindicated of, and that is not good for everyone. It was mentioned earlier about the Advanced Criminal Law CLE course in Houston. It's in July, and every now and then I've had the opportunity to talk to people who were found to be wrongfully convicted, and obviously it's a good thing to discover, and to try to rectify those situations. But obviously if somebody's sitting in prison for a really long time for something they didn't do, it's great that they got out, but we can't give them their 10 years or 15 years back. And so when you think of legal deserts, it's not just that there are not enough criminal defense attorneys, and believe me, that is the case. There are not enough prosecutors as well. So to that end, one of the things our court does is twice a year we try to visit outside of Austin to do oral argument. So in Houston in September at South Texas College of Law down the street, we will have oral argument. In the past, we've gone to Alpine, we've gone to other places, and so we haven't decided what we're going to do in spring of next year, but that's one of the things we're trying to do, is sort of spread the word amongst law students. This is a great profession, being a lawyer in general, but in particular being in the criminal justice system as an attorney is very rewarding, and we need it. We need good lawyers in the criminal justice system. I don't normally get up here and talk a lot about individual cases that we've heard or that we're in the process of hearing, but I do want to just kind of put one case on your radar that we decided a couple weeks ago. The appellant's last name was Batiste, and the reason why I bring it up is because it involves, at least in Tarrant County and in Harris County, associate judges often will do jury selection for the district judge, and then the district judge will come in and try the case. And in Batiste, an associate judge did jury selection, and then but didn't object to having an associate judge do that during jury selection. And so our court on appeal ruled 6-3, well, you should have brought it up. We didn't rule on the merits of whether or not the complaint that an associate judge was doing jury selection. We did not rule on the merits of that. We just ruled that, hey, if you want to preserve this complaint, you got to bring it up, while it's happening and not later on. And I think I can't give you any hints, because even I don't know what direction we will go if we ever hear that case on the merits. But just be aware, I talked earlier about the shortage, right? I talked about, we don't have enough prosecutors, we don't have enough defense attorneys. And one of the things we try to do in the system, and what the big counties do, is, bring in visiting judges so more trials can be heard, and obviously use associate judges to sort of expedite trial cases. And the challenge in the Batiste case was that this was unconstitutional to use an associate judge. So if at some point we rule that it is unconstitutional to use associate judges to pick juries, well then, obviously that has implications that it doesn't take a whole lot of imagination to contemplate. So if you ever need a speaker to come, talk to a bar association or a group about what we do, what I do specifically, but the criminal justice system in general, I'm happy to do that. Rosalind Perez has had me come a couple years ago, and I owe her another visit, so don't be shy. Obviously, I tried every time when I get up here to say, if you're ever in Austin, please, come to the court. You can sit in my chair. Maybe if you're nice, I'll let you wear my robe. And if you're doing CLE, as you know, summer's sort of CLE season, so I will probably see some of you at Advanced Criminal Law at the end of July. If you go to State Bar Summer School, I'll see you in a few weeks in Galveston. I'm speaking at the Court Professionals Conference in Fort Worth at the end of July, which is basically trying to convince court professionals that they're actually the ones in charge and not the judges. No, that's not what I'm going to tell them. But I am going to tell them that the judges need their help a lot. Allison Fox is my staff attorney, and I obviously lean on her tremendously, so much so that she probably can't walk in a straight line because I lean on her so hard, so she probably veers this way. Again, I will come to your bar association, so let me know. I will find a date that works for you. I love being on this, being the liaison to this board of directors. I have several jobs. One of the things they don't tell you when you become a judge is like there's all these other things you have to do besides just make decisions. When I was a district court judge, I was like, pick the auditor. What do I have to do? What does that have to do with me? Same thing with this. There's all these committees and other assignments that you get, and this is one of my favorite ones. And to quote Charlton Heston, I've been the liaison to this board, I believe, for 5 years, which is probably 4 years longer than I'm technically supposed to be, but if you don't tell, I won't tell. And to quote Charlton Heston, they can pry this from my cold dead hands. But thank you again for your friendship, and the bar does a lot of good work, and I'm happy to at least observe it. I don't get a vote, but I get to observe it, and I really enjoy being with each and every one of you once a quarter, and thank you very much. And Madam Chair, that is my report.
Well done, Judge.
Thank you, Judge. Are there any comments or questions from directors? All right, we're going to move on to our Judge Victor Villarreal will come up with our judicial section report.
Madam Chair, Mr. President, directors, and liaisons, advancing justice together has been our motto at the judicial section this year, as you know. It encapsulates the work of many judges across the state in preparing and rolling out our first ever judicial section toolkit. The final edits are being made on the sections for family law and criminal law for a rollout at our annual meeting in September. But I propose to you here that advancing justice together also encapsulates the character of this board. The work, services, endeavors, and the vibe here is exactly that. No matter what type of area of law you practice, no matter where in the state you practice, the collaborative work of the State Bar advances justice. I am convinced that like-minded persons naturally gravitate to each other. It has been awesome to reconnect with TYLA friends now on this board, like Natalie, Michael, Brandy, and others. And it's been wonderful to connect with so many other amazing legal leaders that serve on this board. Thank you to each of you for supporting your Texas judiciary. I am so very grateful for my time on this board. My wish and my hope and my prayer is that we all continue advancing justice together. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge. Are there any comments or questions from directors? All right, Judge Trey Schroeder has an excused absence, so we will not have a report from the Federal Judicial Liaison. But next, we will have our out-of-state lawyer, Rob Addy, who will now give his report.
Afternoon, everyone. All right. I should have put this. I'm losing my eyesight, so I need the largest screen possible in front of me. Anyways, well, it's great to see everyone again. I'm sorry I missed our meeting in Bernie. There's a federal judge in Philadelphia you can blame for that. So last time we spoke, I reported on the out-of-state lawyer survey that our staff did. And just as a reminder, our out-of-state lawyer population makes up about 14% of our state bar's membership. That's 15,000 lawyers, roughly equivalent to the number of lawyers that voted in the last election. And that number is up about 50% over the last decade. It's a large group. It is somewhat disengaged for obvious reasons and mostly satisfied, which is good news, but we got a lot of great comments, feedback, and suggestions. And I really have to hand it to our professional staff at the board. They've been thinking and working very thoughtfully about how to implement some of the suggestions that we can implement. In fact, right after the last board meeting I was at, I got an email from Jen saying that Trey and Lowell and Corey Squires wanted to have a call with me. And y'all, I thought I was in trouble. I thought I had done something wrong. But no, instead they actually wanted to talk about the survey, and we brainstormed some great ideas. And some good things have come out of those discussions I wanted to update you on. One of the issues that came up time and again in the survey, and it's come up for several years now, is when we have a lot of our out-of-state lawyers are not out-of-state by choice. They're out-of-state because they are in the military, and they've been either deployed overseas or more usually they're somewhere outside of Texas in the United States. And many of them answered the survey, and there are some additional restrictions on out-of-state lawyers getting their CLE credit that were sort of burdensome and onerous. And I'm very happy to report that the CLE committee and the bar has approved, in fact, much more than that, and we've now exempted active duty military members of our military from any CLE requirement, which I think is a great thing we can do for people that are serving their country and serving us. And so I'm really happy, and I think that will help that population of out-of-state lawyers. Another thing that came up in the survey that we are studying now is a difference that exists for out-of-state lawyers that are trying to get CLE credit for courses that are not accredited in Texas. So the way it works is that if you live out of state, and let's say I in Colorado have to take a course and it's accredited in Colorado, but the sponsor didn't get it accredited in Texas. What I normally do is I fill out a form, I pay a $25 fee, and I can get credit in Texas if that course was a live course. We don't allow it in Texas for online courses. And admittedly, nobody whether in-state or out-of-state can self-submit for online courses. The sponsor has to do it. But I think that burden falls a little bit more disproportionately on out-of-state lawyers because when you're trying to get your CLE credit for the year and you're licensed in multiple jurisdictions, it's sort of like, when you're trying to get your kids into summer camp and there's all these different matrices you have to figure out, and it's actually very complicated to find courses that are accredited in both states. So, that is a burden that falls on out-of-state lawyers, and Texas is admittedly more restrictive than other jurisdictions. Other jurisdictions have an approved jurisdiction model where they, so long as some other jurisdiction has agreed to accredit the course, then they will do it as well. So we're going to study that. I think candidly, there are some real concerns that the staff has raised that we ought to think about really carefully, because moving to that model would create a lowest common denominator problem where there are states that license anybody like Colorado that we don't know what kind of standards they impose, but truthfully we hold our CLE providers in Texas to a very high standard. Our staff reviews their course materials and we're proud of that. We want to keep the quality high. So the staff's going to continue to study the issue. The committees are going to continue to study the issue. I have complete confidence that they're going to get it right, and I'll report back to you at our next meeting what they've talked about. Another issue that they're considering is that $25 fee that I mentioned. When you're out of state, you have to pay that for every course. Every person out of state that takes that course has to pay for it for every course, right? So it does add up. It's $25 per course times however many courses you take. That is also more restrictive than other jurisdictions, and the staff and the committee are going to look at that. And again, there's a lot of considerations to think about there, and they're going to study that proposal and get back to us. In the meantime, we're going to undertake some other efforts to increase outreach and communication with our out-of-state bar members. The first is going to be we're building an online resource center that's specific to out-of-state lawyers on the Texas Bar Practice website. I'm going to work with the staff to build that. I'm going to hopefully have it done by this time next year. I'd hope that it's finished. And I think this will benefit not just our members that are out of state, but anybody who is practicing in Texas on a pro hoc basis or for whatever other reason in Texas, so that, for example, they know how to correctly pronounce voir dire, right, which is different elsewhere. But seriously, when you don't practice in Texas every day, it is different, it's confusing, it's challenging, and having a resource as our country and our world gets smaller and smaller, I think that's a helpful thing. The other thing we're going to do is I'm going to work with the staff to create a quarterly newsletter for out-of-state lawyers that will provide them news that's relevant to them to try to increase that engagement of this large and largely satisfied but disengaged population. So I look forward to seeing everybody again in 3 months, and or actually tomorrow morning. But and that concludes my report, Madam Chair.
Thank you. All right. And are there any questions for Rob? All right, we're going to move on to item number 20, and we'll hear a report from our General Counsel, Ross Fisher.
Good afternoon. In my ongoing quest to keep you updated on legal developments that apply to your status as board members, I want to talk a little bit about an Attorney General's opinion that came out in the last couple of months, KP 0511. This is about how you define a quorum of a governmental body. That's exciting, right? I know. I was so excited. And it has to do with a home rule municipality who has 5 members, 5 council members, and a mayor. And the mayor only gets to vote in the case of breaking a tie. And so they get in this question of, does he count towards the quorum? Obviously, it's important to know what your quorum is so you can conduct business, but it's equally important to know what your quorum is so you don't violate the Open Meetings Act, right? Because if you have a quorum talking about public business outside of a posted meeting, you have a violation of the Open Meetings Act, and we want to avoid that. And so the Attorney General's office says, well, we don't actually opine on what charters mean. But they are helpful because they go back and they say that the Open Meetings Act defines it as a quorum, says that is a majority of a governmental body, that's pretty obvious, unless defined differently by applicable law or rule or charter of the governmental body. So made me wonder what ours says. So if you go to and basically this AG opinion says that public entities have the authority and the discretion to define quorum in a way that may be different from what's in the Open Meetings Act. So just friendly reminder as to how we've done this, or actually the State Bar Act does not define a quorum, but the Supreme Court has in its rules. And they have said in Rule 14C that a quorum means a majority of those persons entitled to vote. So for our purposes, a quorum is a majority of those voting board members. So that includes you elected directors, publicly appointed directors, at-large directors, the TYLA officers, right? Not included would be liaisons, section reps, and ex officio staff are not counted towards the quorum. So just, and that also our policy manual says that liaisons don't count towards a quorum. policy manual goes into what's a quorum of each committee. I won't bore you with that. But anyway, just a helpful reminder of what the Open Meetings Act says, what the Supreme Court rules say, and then what our policy manual says. As a practical matter, you know, there's a social exception to the Open Meetings Act when you're gathering socially, as long as you don't talk public business. So when you go to dinner tonight, I want you to just remind everybody the safest way to avoid talking business is to get out your phones and watch the Spurs beat the Knicks, okay? And you'll be safe. That's my advice to you today. Any questions? All right, thank you.
Thank you, Ross. Up next, we will hear from our Chief Legal Counsel, Chris Ritter.
Thank you. I don't have a report for the open session, but for closed session, I will have a report.
Okay, the time is now 3:49 p.m. and the State Bar Board of Directors will now recess the open meeting and reconvene in closed session pursuant to the Texas Government Code Section 551.074 for the purpose of discussing the evaluation of the General Counsel and the evaluation, duties, and compensation of the Executive Director, and the Texas Government Code Section 551.071 for the purpose of consulting with legal counsel regarding two 14th Court of Appeals cases entitled Robbins versus State Bar of Texas et al. And Graves versus State Bar of Texas et al. In the Southern District of Texas. Board communication systems, practices, and as authorized by Texas Government Code Section 551.074 to deliberate regarding personnel matters. With the exception of board liaisons and section representatives, all other individuals, including non-essential staff and other guests, need to excuse themselves from the closed session. We will notify the public when we are about 5 minutes out from returning to open session.
All right, the time is now 4:58 p.m., and the open session of the Board of Directors meeting will now reconvene. During closed session, only matters relating to the evaluations of the General Counsel and the evaluation duties and compensation of the Executive Director in consultation with legal counsel regarding the two 14th Court of Appeals cases entitled Robbins versus State Bar of Texas et al. And Graves versus State Bar of Texas et al. In the Southern District of Texas. Board Communication Systems and Practices, and as authorized by the Texas Government Code, Section 551.074, to deliberate regarding personnel matters. And Santos, I'll give you the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. On behalf of the Evaluation Subcommittee, I make a motion for approval of the recommendation for Executive Director Trey Apfel to receive a 6% increase effective June 1st, 2026.
Hold on.
All right, we'll slow it down a second. Okay, first, I didn't know who seconded the motion. Okay, so we had second from there. Okay, so is there any discussion? And if so, please go to the mic in the center of the room. Okay. All directors who are in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, say nay. Any abstentions? Okay, motion passes. You have anything?
That's it for me. You want to adjourn?
All right, so for the last time, is there a director who wishes to make a motion to adjourn?
I move to adjourn.
Okay, I see. A move by Director Castle. Is there a second by Director Charbonnet? Any discussion? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. All right, meeting is adjourned.
You want to talk about the pictures really quickly?
Oh, yeah.
Before everybody leaves, hold on.
1 second. Okay. Time out. Pictures, y'all. Okay, everyone,